align it a little better? Oh, there we go. Go! And a spaceship! HROTHGAL and a spaceship! HROTHGAL and a spaceship! So, I figured out what was going on with microphone levels yesterday. My system had Ooh! I hit a jar! Thank you, Cat and Bose.
Hello, Gordon.
Oh, hello, Cat. Oh, who's this? Sound is good. Yeah, I figured out what was wrong. My system, like the Windows, had reduced incoming line levels on the microphone by 90%. Thanks, Windows. Still don't know how that happened. I know for a fact it wasn't me. So, last week on FF14, we'd run into a problem where I hadn't finished Endwalker yet. So, today, we're gonna work on that. That means HROTHGAL here needs to get in the spaceship. Get in the spaceship, HROTHGAL. Get in the damn mech, Shenji! I'm glad to see you well, though we could roughly place your souls. Deep as you went, we could neither see nor hear you. Yeah, about that. Fluctuations in your ether near the end gave me quite a fright. What in the world happened? Crystal Mom's dead. You mean to say Heidelin is dead, gone, deceased, no more? No, there's no time to feel our feelings. We must carry out Heidelin's will without delay. We'll find Medion if it's the last thing we do. That's the right energy living way. Channel your grief into something productive. If you wouldn't mind handing over the direction crystal, that is, the fancy navigationary one. Here, have rock. We have an asset for the rock, but we can't seem to attach it to your hands, so... Just empty hands. We're handing over empty hands. To the... Wrong voice. To the edge of the universe, where congregates the despair of countless stars. You are determined to see this through? Vague nod. We are. Should words fail us, we will fight to the bitter end. I know it pains you to accept this. Would that I need to ask nothing more of you. Yet, we have only two means of traveling the great expanse, the moon and Charleon's Ark. I'm all too aware that without both of them, there will be no exodus. But I nevertheless beg you to honor the agreement we made. The Forum's decision will be honored. You have earned the right to use the ship as you see fit, and I could not rescind it even if I wanted to. As it happens, I do not. and I will do all in my power to aid your cause. With that settled, might I suggest you rest a while? Proving oneself to Hydaelyn is never easy, and despite our paralleled gene... Let's get the right voice. Proving oneself to Hydaelyn is never easy, and despite our unparalleled genius, we'll need a day to make the necessary calculations. You may as well take advantage of it. You can chart a course through the sea of stars in a single day? Ye gods. Shrug. Exactly, Cat and Buzz. Stay a while and listen. Can I do that in the right voice? Stay a while and listen. God, it hurts to use that register. It actively hurts. Shall we head above ground for some fresh air then, and perhaps a nap? You're such a dad, Crid. Dad Crid needs a nap. Dad Crid needs a nap and sit down in a big armchair. Eat some cottage cheese. Oh wait, that was my dad.
Aha! I've been expecting you. I heard about your foray into the ethereal sea. The students have ventured far and wide, but never quite so deep as to awaken the Balrog. I mean, never quite so deep as that. Are you experiencing any after effects from prolonged exposure, nausea, dizziness, hauntings? Well, have a pleasant sleep, and if you do experience any unusual phenomena, please let me know. I shall add it to our records.
This is the game making us sleep. Do self-care, damn it, says the video game. The big bed. Das Moon. My hand is clipped through the bed. Wonderful.
There you are. Some time, indeed, yes. For you, at least. Believe me, I'd meant to get some proper sleep. But here we are, drifting along instead. Well, well, you too. And so we remain, to watch and wonder. Yes, indeed. To begin, we first must see the end.
My hand is still clipped through the bed. fast within your arms. Or more like, your arms are fast within the bed. Cryle has urgent news. Tigris, I trust you've had a good rest. An envoy of Master Fortuneau arrived with a message not long ago. The Loporrits have determined Medion's location. We've been asked to gather at the Rostra. I'll meet you there along with the others. The Rostra. So over here. Stay a while and listen. Excuse me, pardon me. I'm just walking into the Capitol building like I own the place. Boing! Hi. Is this a voiced cutscene? No. Everyone appears to be present and accounted for. Good. As you know, the Loporrits have deduced the whereabouts of Meteon by means of the crystal bequeathed to us by Hydaelyn herself. Crystal Mom. Her last gift to us. Your quarry's location is a place far beyond the moon, in the farthest reaches of the Sea of Stars, at the edge of creation. A veritable Ultima Thule. Ultima Thule basically just means the furthest point away that has ever been traveled. In this case. Indeed. How then are we to reach it?
An excellent question. Luckily for you, I have an equally excellent answer. In theory, with its advanced propulsion systems, the moon is capable of delivering you to Ultima Thule, but the myriad of other facilities housed within would greatly impede travel through the Sea of Stars. Even with the Mother Crystal, may not possess enough either to bear so massive a vessel to our destination and back. However, if we integrate our Hyper Hopper into your Ether Burner, we should be able to fire things up and jump our way to the end of the universe in no time. It's a much less massive vessel, so that makes sense, actually. Father, does this mean... Bear in mind, this decision was not made solely at my discretion, but with the consent of the Forum. Hearing the Loporrits' proposal, the Forum was faced with a grave decision. To commit the Ark to this endeavor would mean abandoning both our plans to evacuate to the moon and to resettle on another star. Needless to say, the proposition invited fierce debate. In the end, however, the Forum was swayed by the simple fact that Hydaelyn believed you possessed the strength needed to overcome this crisis. The Great Exodus was, after all, a plan of Hydaelyn's own making. Therefore, if, in the 11th hour, she would proffer another means by which we may seek salvation, we would be fools to dismiss it out of hand. Indeed, she sacrificed everything, her very existence, to avert the destruction of this star. That is why we have chosen to place our faith in Hydaelyn, in you. The Ark will be made ready for your voyage to Ultima Thule. What are the people that have labored so tirelessly to prepare for the evacuation? They must be furious. I would not be so sure. They have not forgotten your deeds in the Magna Glacius.
Nor did your instrumental role in orchestrating the delivery of adamantite go unnoticed. Yeah, the whole city kind of saw that. No, the people do not protest, quite the contrary. They have expressed unwavering support for you and your mission. Are the Loperids too willing to abandon the Exodus?
Were you not listening when we said we were born of Heidelin's love for Atheros and its people? If it means your survival, we would do anything to help. And you'll most certainly have need of our expertise where you're going. There's no guarantee that Ultima Thule is a place that supports life. An otherwise vexing problem, our know-how can remedy. Besides, Heidelin chose us to lead the way to Medion. Why else would she give you a crystal only we can decipher?
Fair point.
But more importantly, we were perfectly content to evacuate Atheros until you brought us here, Uyange. And now we're enamored with the place, so what choice do we have but to save it?
Of course, none of this is possible without you and the Scion, so I must ask, are you certain you wish to do this? No, almost nobody ever asked me for my consent, so this is actually kind of nice. Somebody's asking our consent first. You couldn't stop us if you tried. Stay a while and listen. Very well. We shall inform the Forum of your decision and begin preparations to bolster the Ark with the, paper hopper. Ooh.
Harley
Harley
underscore
Kira. Thank you for following. Pull up a chair. Make sure to do a little self-care, and I hope you enjoy yourself. We're playing through Endwalker in Final Fantasy XIV. The Loperids will coordinate with the Elsabard contingent to have the necessary components transported via the Tower of Babel. Of course, it will take time until the work is complete. For now, pray take your ease. Self-care! Saw your Blue Sky post on #HROTHGALs. Excellent. I didn't even put any hashtags on that. That's kind of impressive, honestly. I didn't even hash it. I'm arguing though. I'm not arguing. It just means the algorithm is working as it should. Twould seem there is naught to do but rest and prepare, shall we? See? HROTHGAL. And now that I know HROTHGALs is a tag on Blue Sky, I need to go look this up. Well, whole gang's here. HROTHGALs in space! I use it all the time, hon. Excellent. If we depart, we must leave nothing undone. Well, tie your shoes then. Quite, though it is difficult to conceive of how one can best prepare to brave a domain where Dynamis governs all. Nevertheless, Heidelin deemed us worthy of the trials that await. Well, sorry, Mitha. I gotta spend the next couple of hours thirsting after HROTHGALs. Excellent, Cat and Booze. Excellent. I approve. This is deemed approved. Hang on a second. Let me find the blurb. Approved! Knuckles approves. For the lack of other feasible options at this late stage, let us trust in her judgment and face Medion as we are. I like my title, HROTHGAL Simp. Excellent, excellent. I approve. Yes, Cat and Bo's there. Her main is also a HROTHGAL. A bright pink HROTHGAL. I hit the heart button on all the HROTHGALs. Excellent. Approve. Which leaves the not-so-small task of coordinating our efforts here to you and Tataru. If all goes to plan, we'll be back before you know it. I certainly hope so. We will be praying for your safe return. Mayhap it will affect the dynamis for the better. With that settled, we should get some rest and make the most of our time, of the time we have been afforded. Tataru! The meeting's over, is it? You were in there for so long, I started to worry. What did they have to say? They agreed to our proposal. The wedding's on Tuesday. Bright pink HROTHGAL as well? Excellent. Cat and Bose approves. The edge of creation. I see. Rest assured, everything will remain in order until you return, and you will return. Tataru demands it. Actually, Tigress, could I borrow you for a moment? Well, it looks like your plans for the interim are decided. When the two of you have finished, let's meet back at the Baldesion Annex, alright? Come with me to the Agora. I have something to show you. Vague nod. There are only two possible characters worth making self-inserts, and woman I will thirst after. I mean, there's HROTHGALs and there's Femros. Although I also like Vieira women. This mine. Hi, Riari! How's it going? Much thirsting after girls going on here. I figure you will approve. Link was blocked. Oh, that was a link. Two options. You could DM me the link, and I can repost it, or you can join the Discord. Information's down in the About, and post it there. On my phone, because I can't get out of bed. Oh, I understand. No worries, Riari. I hope we can help, you know, keep you company. Bed is comfy. Okies. I do like seeing HROTHGALs. Back to the Baldesion Annex. No. the Aetheryte Plaza. Tartaru. Welcome, Tigers, to Taru's Boutique. I've always done my best to provide the Scions with fashionable attire, but in your case specifically, I make an extra effort to strive for the most functional yet stylish clothing one could ask for. Not that I'm playing favorites, but you are the warrior of light. Weighted blanket therapy time. Oh, God, I understand that, Ari Rigari. Yesterday after stream, I was so exhausted, I immediately went for the weighted blanket therapy. Like, right after stream, after I raided out yesterday, I immediately went for the weighted blanket therapy. Tancel came into my room an hour later, like, it was actually an hour and a half later, and it's just like, hey, have you eaten anything? And I was so asleep. I was so out. I was just like, what? What? Weighted blankets are a wonderful thing. It was actually a good friend of mine that helped me discover the beauty of weighted blanket therapy. Faced with this unprecedented crisis, I knew you would need an ensemble unlike anything I created before, but that I wouldn't be able to do alone. And so, after enlisting the aid of the world's finest artisans, I have finally completed my career-defining masterpiece. But then inspiration struck, and I saw a golden opportunity just begging to be seized. With the help of some Thavnarian refugees, I decided to set up a shop here in Charlian. Of course, I would never charge you for any of my works, perish the thought. Barsarud. Barsarud? Everything's coming along. Everything is in order, Mistress Totaro. We'll be ready to open shortly. Thumbs up. Which is why I brought you here, to be our first patron. Would you mind waiting a moment longer? We are waiting. Cutscene. I don't have an actual one, but my dad gave me this really heavy wool one, and it serves me well. I mean, that's really what's important. As long as what you've got serves you well, that's the important thing, Ari. Oh, I did not expect to find you here. Sean. I imagined that Hana would also wish to offer her regards. Alas, after delivering our dragon scales to the engineers, she remained to assist with their work on the Aether Burner. This simulacrum, too, will stay in Charlian while I oversee matters in HROTHGAL. It is a rather convenient means of keeping abreast of developments pertaining to the final days, or anything else. It also allows me, after a fashion, to watch over my people in this distant land. Bashan, I was hoping you'd stop by. I can't thank you enough for allowing your artisans to work with me here at the boutique. Please, it is I who should be thanking you. This establishment has restored a sense of normalcy to their lives. You have blessed them with newfound purpose, and a means by which to support themselves in these troubled times. What's more, when they last returned home to HROTHGAL, the experience and knowledge they have gained in your employ will no doubt prove a boon to the artistry and commerce of our land. In fact, I come here to see how your new employees are settling in and to express my gratitude for granting them this opportunity.
It's an opportunity for me as well, believe you me. Your artisans have taught me so much about Thavnarian craftsmanship. Their resourcefulness and ingenuity are nothing short of inspiring. I can't wait to see what kind of wonders they come up with. I pray you every success in your endeavors, Mr. Tataru. Before coming here, I heard word of the forum's decision that what will soon be attempted. It was only then that I finally understood why my father called this star the last bastion of hope. Indeed, it was the last bastion, for the flame of every other star he encountered had likely been extinguished. In the boundless dark, the light of brimming life must have been blinding in its splendor. You journey unto the heavens to protect that light. May the scales of my kin serve you well. I have faith you will prevail and restore peace and tranquility to this star. Would that Ahawan were alive to see it. I will not see this sacrifice squandered, nor shall I rest until HROTHGAL is returned to its former glory. Sounds good. Okay, I must take my leave. Fare you well, and remember, the people of this star have not yet given up hope, and neither must you. Dragon lad, doing the things the dragon can. God, where must I go to get a meal with some flavor in this wasteland of taste? Tigers from old girl. My, whatever are you doing here? I'm waiting for a shop to open. A new boutique, you say? I've been meaning to expand my wardrobe. Yes, something with more flair, perhaps befitting a man of my station. Though I have nowhere to flaunt said raiments, so long as my confinement continues indefinitely. I, the young Lord Fortin, insist that so long as there is work to be done, no matter how trivial, I must abide here in Charlian. Thus do I toil through every fiber of my being, though every fiber of my being rails against it. Why, I've even suffered the company of that brute Sicard to see supplies transported in a timely fashion. Yet he was the one who was granted leave this morning to participate in some covert operation. So I suffer instead for his otherwise welcome absence, now burdened with extra busy work. Without Honoroi here, there's no one to prepare my meals. I came here in the hopes of finding a nice cafe, perhaps. Alas, the Charlian delicacies I've sampled were lacking in every respect. If a hearty meal is what you're after, I'd suggest Last Stand. The cafe over on the pier? Their cuisine didn't appear all that appetizing, but if you vouch for their cooking, then perhaps I'll give it a try. Thank you for the suggestion. Ta-ta for now, old girl. Yes, boyfriends. Honoroi. You can't tell me they're not boyfriends. Well, well, is that Tigress Tataru I spy? Ah, Hancock? What are you still doing here? You said you were returning immediately after dropping off your cargo. Yes, that was my original plan. After all, any expertise required aside from the delivery of goods is well beyond my purview. We support queer rights and we support queer wrongs. Exactly, Ari Rigari. Exactly. But what matter of entrepreneur would squander an opportunity to study the markets of the northern seas? Worry not. I will return straightaway to Kugane once I have finished. Of course, you would find a way to turn this crisis to your advantage. She wounds me, the industrious woman running a new boutique. I am not blind to the travails of those who fight on the front lines to deliver us from ruin. Indeed, I have every confidence they will return, and I would make myself and my business ready for their return. If you believe in them so devoutly, then why not put your money where your mouth is? Fair enough, Tataru. Fair enough. There's not more I can do to help ready the Ark or her heroes for their maiden voyage, but on your return, I shall host a grand celebration in your honor at the Bakairo Inn. Accommodations are quite costly given the reputation of the said establishment, but the East Alden Art Trading Company would be honored to foot the bill. I appreciate the gesture, but no thank you. I'd rather not put myself in debt of the East Alden Art Trading Company. Pity. I'm rather fond of the place myself. Nevertheless, I have no doubt we will find another time and cause for celebration soon enough. Totaro is glaring. But let us speak more of this upon your return, lest I draw even more of Totaro's ire. Until we next meet. Do not anger Tataru. Do not. There's only one thing Hancock loves, and that's money. Tigress decided to spend your time at the markets, did you? The boys! Talk about queer rights and queer wrongs. Tataru! Biggs, Wedge! I take it work on the Ark proceeds apace? Aye, it does indeed. Collaboration with the greatest minds of Shaolin and Radzat Han has been a rewarding experience, and that's to say nothing of what we've learned from the Loporits. The Ark is unlike anything we've ever had the pleasure to work on. Even Nero was rendered speechless on more than one occasion. I can't wait for you to see it! And you'll never guess who paid us a visit before we came to Shaolin. Alpha. I think he sensed the coming danger and returned to check on us. Unfortunate that that doesn't animate on the bubble chat. Yeah. It's one of the downsides of using this chat program. I'm open to better suggestions. But, it's a very small and limited space to work within. He was always one to turn up in the time of need, and I suppose that's why he decided to join us here in Shirley. Good thing, too. I don't know how he does it, but he has a knack for brightening your day just by being there. It's still hard to believe we have the means to send you off into the great expanse, though. To the farthest reaches of, well, everything. Never thought I'd live to see much such marvels, yet here I am. More often than not, you and the scions are the catalyst that sparks the need for the greatest of innovations. To think how much I'd missed out on had I not been a member of the Ironworks.
An awful lot of work, to be fair, and the privilege of being worked like a cart chocobo. There is that too. As busy as we've been, I wish there was more we could do for you, Tigers. But no matter what happens, we have to keep believing for a brighter future. That we do, my friend. That we do. Thumbs up. When you head back, would you tell the engineers I'll be along shortly with refreshments? That's very kind of you, Tataru. They'll be glad to hear it. And on that note, Wedge and I should get going. Still a few more supplies to gather before we return. He's so big, his hand literally goes off the top of the screen. Nerd lad. Hi, Tataru. Terribly sorry for the wait. Right this way, if you please. Hello? Hello, nurse. Oh, I don't believe the two of you have been formally introduced. This is Varsarud from Palaka Stand. Haven't we met before? Ah, yes, it was you who helped us at Perusa. And again when crossing the ice fields, was it not? I doubt we exchanged little more than glances then, but it's very kind of you to remember me. Thanks to Mr. Tataru, I and many of my friends have found gainful employment in this foreign land. It is only natural to feel fear in the face of calamity. In such times we must look to one another for strength and succor. Oh god, if that wasn't so completely fucking relevant right now. So completely relevant right now. I know not whether we will come to call this place home or return to Thavner. But we are here today, and glad to contribute to the cause. Contribute they did by helping make your new garments as durable as possible. We put our hearts and souls into them, and I have every confidence that they'll keep you safe in the battle to come. Life. Why must I be living through life-changing historical events? That would be great. Yeah, it would be really nice to live through a time in history that isn't unprecedented. That'd be nice. I don't know what it's like. It'd be nice to find out. Such is not our lot in life, though. We live in unprecedented times. All we can do is learn from the past and lean on each other. That's been my goal. And one of the things that I've decided to do is make very queer art. It comes from a place that's deep in my soul. And we're here doing it. Right now. I channel a lot of my anxiety and creativity into doing this stuff. It's an outlet. My goal here is making very queer art. And it's how I manage to get through the constant barrage of a historical present day. Gods, to think how far we've come since our humble beginnings at Waking Sands. From the rising stones to the falling snows, and even a certain insufferable someone's Ruby Bazaar, we were always fortunate to find friends along the way. Even when you were swept away to the first, Graha Tia was there to grant you sanctuary. I'll never forget the relief I felt when you all returned to us. I thought my heart would burst. Yours has been a long, long journey, and I've been privileged to watch, often with bated breath, as you persevered time and time again. For all the joy we've shared, there's been much sorrow as well, but I've long since learned you can't have one without the other. Which is why I promised to send you off to the Sea of Stars with a smile. And you can be certain I'll be the first one to welcome you back on your return. I believe you, Tartaru. I believe you. Plop, 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 plop. Barsarud. In addition to your new ensemble, we have raiments and weaponry for every need, so please feel free to browse our stock. Alright. Give me your white mage stuff. Let's go. New outfit! Let's go! Do I have a glamour plate for this? Not really. Just turn it off for now. That'll do. We have a unicorn staff. And we actually look like a white mage now. Alright, Tataru. Though delighted by your patronage, Tataru is ready to send you on your way. I realize you've still got lots to do before you depart, so I won't keep you any longer. I do hope you can find a moment for yourself, and that the others can as well. They said they were returning to Baldessine Annex, though I doubt they stayed for long. If you decide to go looking for them, I suggest speaking with Kryl first. I'm sure they would have told her their plans. Yeah, how much you want to bet they're at last stand? You're back. I take it you received your gift from Tataru? I'm wearing it. It was a surprise long in the making, with many, many hours of fretting to get everything just right. I'm glad to see it realized, and with great success. If you're looking for the others, they've already taken their leave. Y'shtola, Thancred, and Urianger have gone to last stand for a Baidi. Alizé and Graha, meanwhile, thought their time would be better spent poring over books at Numenon. As for Alphno and Estinian, well, they've elected to pay a visit to the Leviur estate, though Estinian seems somewhat reluctant to go. I'm sure they would all be glad for your company if you've minded seek them out. Should you be feeling peckish, I'd suggest heading to Last Stand before Y'shtola and the others finish eating, but above else, it would be foolish to run headlong into battle a fatigued mess, so do remember to get a good night's sleep. You already slept. You mean I have to, like, sleep again? You already slept yesterday. Why do I have to sleep again? Tiger has come to make our trio quartet, have you? Please, have a seat. We'll see about getting you a drink. Is this a voiced cutscene?
Your business with Tataru was finished.
Voiced? I'm amazed. Yeah, I'm wearing it.
My, what a thoughtful surprise. Whatever would we do without her?
Be cold, most likely.
Indeed.
Poorly dressed.
And she's right, you know. It hasn't been all doom and gloom.
Feels like a lifetime ago that Master Louis Soir gathered us together to form the Circle of Knowing. Since then, we have experienced much. But rather than feeling wiser, the more I learn, the more I find my knowledge lacking.
Forsooth. As a student, vainly did I believe that I held the secrets of creation in my grasp. Yet that which I had seized was but an insignificant sliver of what awaited in the wider world. Every encounter, every experience hath served to open mine eyes, enlightening and humbling me in equal measure. Even from those whom I called enemies have I learned many a valuable lesson.
What will we learn at the edge of the universe, I wonder?
Ultima Thule, where the bringer of the end makes her nest. I, for one, can't possibly imagine. But whatever awaits us there, we will survive. We must. For her.
Reen, his daughter, on the first, and perhaps Ophelia. May she rest in peace. You've nothing left to prove, not to Reen, nor Minfilia.
Is aught the matter?
No, it's nothing. Well, lately I find myself surprised at how much I've changed.
We've come far together, and if we have aught to say about it, we'll go further still. Aye, we will avert this calamity and return home. In preparation for which, we must give thought to what we hope to achieve after the proverbial dust has settled.
What with the primals and Ascians all but dealt with, I suppose we'll need to look for new hobbies. In all seriousness, though, in uniting to overcome a common foe, the disparate peoples of the world have found a way forward together. It's a truly gratifying sight to see.
Indeed. Though it was many years in the making, we have successfully set in motion the gears of fundamental change. With this, we have fulfilled our humble role as a symbol of hope. And I dare say it is time to bow out. After all, there is no shortage of hands to bear the torch in our stead.
You know, I never really considered I might live long enough to see an after. But even if my time as a scion came to an end, I don't expect that much would change. Traveling the world, going wherever the wind blows, lending a hand to those in need.
A journey for journey's sake. It doth suit thee well. I must confess, I too have yearned to see more of the world. If thou art amenable to the suggestion, I would accompany thee. Mine ability to affect an air of normalcy through artful disguise is much improved, thou must concede.
Aye, well, improvement is relative. You still look suspicious no matter what you wear. What of you, Ishtola? Any grand plans?
Why, continue my quest for knowledge, naturally. To begin with, I wish to know the state of the reflections, to which end I must find a means to travel between worlds. 'Tis the least I must do if I am to keep my promise. Should my pursuits prove unduly arduous, I won't hesitate to call on you. And in return, I will take you to see Reen one day. I'm sure you cannot wait to see the fine young woman she has become.
Spare me.
And what of thee?
Dad crid and the
What
gay
wouldst thou
daughter.
pursue at duty's end?
I'm gonna write a book.
Here's yours. My apologies for the wait.
Well, shall we make a toast? To victory.
To our comrades.
To the future of the star.
That it has a future at all. Leaving so soon? I suppose it's for the best. If you'd rather not explore the bottom of a bottle with Urianger, leave Urianger alone. He's in mourning. I dare say the others would welcome our company as well. If you could find them, that is. In any case, as long as you make your most of your time, then that is all that matters. Well, I already know where to find the others, so... the bookworms or the liviers, but I repeat myself.
Oh,
Okay.
what brings you here?
Came to check on you nerds.
Ah, so you were worried that the Levier household might again be gripped by turmoil. All is well, I assure you. In my letters home, I had made mention of Estinian, you see. My mother wished to meet the legend in person, and so we arranged to have a spot of tea together.
Stinian's a bit old for you, Alphino.
Where were you in my hour of need? Fell beasts I can face, but I'm not made for idle chit-chat with lords and ladies.
Well, I for one thought you held your own. Mother was the picture of delight.
I might have been delighted myself, were we in a tavern with more agreeable drink. The thought of fleeing crossed my mind, but what then? I'd never hear the end of it, least of all from Tataru.
I'm sorry. 'Twas not my intent to cause you such distress. It's just... It was one of the things I didn't want to leave undone ere we set forth. That's not to say I think we won't be returned. Yet, given what lies ahead, I did not wish to leave for later that which I could do today. After all, tomorrow is never promised.
It's fine. Not like I had better things to do. Besides, seeing you with your mother brought back fond memories of my own. Be we rich or poor, family is family.
For some, maybe.
Well, it's past time we were on our way.
Wait! Since I left home, I've made a great many mistakes. Mistakes for which I can never make amends. But through it all, you didn't give up on me. To have returned here with you at my side, it means more to me than you know.
So, for those that don't really know the backstory, little bit of a fill-in. Back during the events of, well, the post-A Realm Reborn, pre-Heavensward arc, the young Alphino created essentially a police force with the goal to try and save the world. Well, turned out it was corrupt from the beginning and quickly turned on us. And it also served as a moment that served to teach Alphino that he did not, in fact, know everything. That he still had a lot to learn.
Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. Forgive me, but it needed to be said.
I'm the one who owes you thanks. Were it not for you, I would not be alive today, nor come to terms with Nidhogg's spirit.
The events of Heavensward,
I am ever grateful.
particularly the post-Heavensward patch content. You were never one to forsake a friend, Alphino.
No, I'm not. And I'm proud of that.
Come on, nerd. One last stop. Where's your goddamn sister? And Kra, if you two have been up studying all night, someone bring that Laparita pudding. Yep, they were here up all night studying. Oi, you two, wake up.
Oh. Knowing them, they're probably dreaming about the celestial adventures to come. Just as well. They've been running themselves ragged of late. Unlike you and the others, I'm a few steps removed from the danger and excitement. The things you all get up to never fail to impress me. But by the same token, I can't help but worry. Not only for your safety, but for your happiness. After everything you've sacrificed, you earned it 1,000 times over. From the simple pleasures of tucking into a hearty meal or collapsing into a comfortable bed, to the grand triumphs of visiting legendary lands or finding true love. You deserve all the joy in the world. There is so much that life has to offer. So much to be treasured and shared with those we hold dear. So promise me this. Come what may, you won't give up on your own happiness. When you're out there fighting tooth and nail, it's all too easy to forget. But in the end, your passions will be your greatest strength of all. Remember that.
Easy on the fourth wall there, kiddo.
This feels familiar. Well,
Ringer's reference.
'Tis good to be.
It's good to be awake.
Wait! What am I... Gods, don't tell me I fell asleep.
Not that there's any shame in it, but you were sleeping like babies.
Oh, how embarrassing.
Not a word to anyone. Understood? Not one word. I'm told that sleeping in proper beds of your own choosing is a much more effective way to prepare for battle.
So, what were the two of you doing here?
I had a few books to return to the library. Thought I'd take care of it while I could.
And you?
I came to check on you nerds. Just enjoying a little peace and quiet. tilt. In perfect unison. And fade to black. Alright. Enough of this nonsense. Welcome back. Return to catch a few winks before embarking? You'll be happy to know your chambers are cleaned and fresh items have been laid out. Enjoy the sweetest of dreams before the big day. Da 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 da! That night at the Royal Menagerie in Alamego. You haven't been here in a while.
You will never get what you want. Not even the battle you pine for so dearly. In that transcendent moment, what was it that I sought in you? And what was it that you sought in me?
Foreshadowing! And thus it dawns, the final day. The day of reckoning. 24 hours remain.
How often have we thus assembled?
Twitch wants to do an ad break. Let's give Twitch 3 minutes, and then we're going to come back to this scene. We're going to do a proper ad break so that nobody misses anything. Let's do 3 minutes. Be right back. And now we return to HROTHGAL's in space.
To combine our knowledge and seek solutions to the problems before us.
Back at the Waking Sands, it was all we could do to address the most minor of troubles. Who could have realized what we'd find when we began to look to the sources of the realm's woes?
At the Rising Stones, we made great strides and shared many moments. From the joyous to the sorrowful.
The death of his girlfriend.
We've had occasion to call other places home too. Be it Ishgard or Kugane, we were fortunate to find sanctuary wherein we might take stock and continue our fight.
I was honored to host this company in the Crystarium, to stand with you all as we confronted the truth of the star itself.
Shadowbringers reference.
And now from this place, we go to fight the most important battle of all. The Forum has sent word. The Ark is ready.
Well, what the fuck are we
The
standing
Lockwarts
around
naturally
for?
will be commanding the vessel.
Naturally.
They will see the 8 of you to Ultima Thule. Upon arriving, your objective is to find and vanquish Meteon. As a final formality, the Forum bade me ascertain your resolve. So, are you certain you wish to do this?
We are.
Then, ere you report to Thalmasane, I leave you with these words. You must triumph. What that means will differ for each of you. To make it back home, or to simply avert doom, or perhaps something else altogether. Yet whatever it is that drives you, I have faith in its power to see you through. So please, triumph. Triumph, as we who remain behind believe you will.
No pressure.
Let us be off then.
Wait! Both Kryle and I will be there to see you off, but as your receptionist, I feel I need to say this here. Safe journey, all of you, and be safe.
You too, Tataru. And this is where we part ways, for now at least. I would offer you sage words of wisdom ere you depart. Mayhap the teachings of Gal of Badessian will suffice. Surrender not to anger or hatred, he said. Look beyond them, and there you will find true strength. What one sees beyond is open to interpretation, I think, but for me, it would be the things I cherish most in life, the things that I believe are worth fighting for. Something to consider as you venture into the sea of stars. Alright, let's go. HROTHGAL to space! Great, now my feet are all wet. These are open-toed shoes. When in doubt, Porksy. Yeah, the last vestiges of the hurry up music. Exactly, Sam.
And hey, Sam, how you doing?
Hope you're doing well. All right. Stormblood music. In fact, this is the Stormblood menu music.
All present and accounted for? Good. As you will have heard, the Ark is ready. All that remains is to board and be on your way.
I've seen my fair share of tight schedules, but this was bloody murder.
There's no one I would trust more than Garland Ironworks to see
But we
this
did
off.
it. We finished the ship. It's safe, fit for purpose, and looks good to boot. Aye, it's a Garland through and through.
I really don't know what we'd do without you. Thank you for everything.
We'd be dead without you guys.
Ah, don't mention it. Ever since that episode with Omega, I've been toying with the idea of star-faring vessels. And as they say, necessity is the mother of invention. We've learned a lot, let me tell you. In case you're wondering about payment, the ongoing existence of the world ought to do. But feel free to throw in a colorful recounting of your journey on your return.
You got it, Sid.
So, have you thought of a name?
A name? Wasn't everyone just calling it Father's teeny tiny toy boat?
I'm gonna call it Enterprise.
Well, seeing as its purpose has changed, I thought a more eloquent name was in order. I suggested as much to Fortuno, who seemed quite amenable to the idea.
As you know, this vessel is the culmination of heretofore unprecedented collaboration. And though said collaboration is owed to the Scions, there is another whose noble deeds made our work possible. From a fragment of Dalamud, we obtained not only advanced materials such as refined adamantite, but the knowledge to traverse the stars. And this fragment would not have found its way to us Had the Archon Louisoix not fought to protect this world, and in so doing, laid down his life?
His dad. Portiono's dad. Louisoix.
Now that the vessel stands complete, I cannot help but wonder if it was more than mere happenstance. If it was my father's intention to guide us here. In the hopes that his guidance will see you all safely home, I name the vessel after that self-same fragment of Dalamud he delivered unto us. The Starship Ragnarok.
Ragnarok Internment Hulk? But I'm Jish. I still think it would have been better to call it Enterprise, but that's just me.
Sorry for the wait. I got everyone you asked for, and not a one less.
Ah. Sickard. Hi, kids.
What are you all doing here?
Oh, I invited them. The representatives of those tribes with religious inclinations. You've done a fine job of readying the Ragnarok, but for it to take flight, we'll of course need the power of the Mother Crystal. Given its immense size, however, transporting it would be an absolute logistical nightmare, not to mention we'd need to shatter it into tiny shards for feeding to the engines. But a brilliant idea came to me. We convert the crystal's energy into forms that can transport themselves!
Thou wouldst employ summoning. Or should I say its precursor, creation magics.
Well, the Loperites are the only ones left in the world who know what creation magics are or how to do them.
Care to explain for our benefit?
As you may have witnessed at Bestway's Burrow, the Loperites are capable of creation magics, which they use to shape the moon's environment. Yet simple though they make it seem, 'tis a highly advanced and exacting art. To perform it correctly requireth that the wielder holdeth the object in his mind's eye in clearest detail.
Hence the ancients' meticulous management of concepts.
Drawing upon this art, the Ascians conceived of summoning as we know it, a derivative that replaceth the complexity of concepts with the simplicity of zealotry to make manifest a creation.
I see. By combining the Loperites' magics and the tribe's faith, we convert the Mother Crystal into primals of purer form and greater obedience. Summoning as it was intended, one might say.
Indeed! Indeed! While Heidelin gave us the ability to use creation magics, she forbade us from using it to make anything possessed of a soul, or similar. She didn't say anything about fulfilling the desires of others, though. So, borrowing our friend's faith, we'll create deities using the Mother Crystal's power and send them to the Ragnarok!
Am I the only one here concerned about the risk of being turned into a tempered minion?
And that's what the,
Right, I was getting to that. From what I've read in Sharlayan tomes, it appears the Ascians incorporated an additional nasty element into their summoning method. The fervent desire to assimilate others into one's belief.
This is also why y'all have those, dragon scale talismans.
Beings thus created are instilled with the self-same desire and use their powers to enthrall people, starting with the summoner. In contrast, our creation magics, the original and the best, except no substitutes, don't incorporate any of that rubbish, so there's no risk of tempering. I mean, if the being was on the scale of Zodiac, you might feel a little tug, but I think we'll be safe enough.
Truth be told, I do not understand the intricacies of this plan. But none of us would ever turn our backs on you. When the avatars of our faith ran amok, you intervened without decrying we who birthed them. Where others vilified and suppressed us, you offered understanding and friendship. In gratitude, we will share with you the true expressions of our gods. Not malevolent deities, but benevolent saviors.
Alright.
Alright, you lot, we're heading to the ethereal sea. Stay in sight, else you're liable to get lost.
Alright.
Lead the way.
We have fuel for the ship.
May we have a moment?
Sure.
In anticipation of the day man might journey to the stars, we developed these.
Portable teleportation devices. One for each of you, designed to work in tandem. Press the button on one, and in a matter of moments, all 8 will activate and send their owners back to the Ragnarok.
It's a return spell in an iPad. Okay.
There is no telling what hazards you may encounter. If you find yourself separated or lost, please do not hesitate to use them. Be safe, all of you, and come back.
Yes, ma'am.
You as well. I pray you take care.
Looks like everything is in order, so I'll go ahead and board. A few of my fellows will remain to assist with the summonings, but rest assured, the vessel won't want for competent crewing.
Operate crew! Alright!
If you are ready, then you should board as well. Go. And Godspeed.
Fastest Godspeed. HROTHGAL in space! Ha, you're wearing PvP armor. If you'd come this way, I'll direct you to the bridge. Hey babe, I can't come over. I have to stay and watch cutscenes. Yeah, they're in sequence.
I hope you have everything, because I can't be bothered turning back. Right then, make yourselves comfortable. We're setting off in just a moment.
It's incredible.
This is Fortuno. Can you hear me? The preparations for the summonings are complete. In accordance with the 14th phase of the plan, we have moved the Ragnarok to the launch site. The gates are open.
You may depart when ready.
So, are we ready?
As ready as we'll ever be. Let's get going.
Oh, come on. The burnt-out star's got more fire in its belly. Try it again, with feeling.
Ragnarok, engage.
Engage!
Engaged!
Launch path open. We have ignition. That, I presume, is the Aether burner. We worked long and hard on that thing. Ifrit, Titan, all the beasties we have fought. Lakshmi. I didn't even see who that was. Leviathan. Boomag. Saruda. Rudy-chan.
Ah! That I must carry landwalkers into the sky! I cannot imagine a greater indignity!
Do not sulk so. For thy
Susanoo.
mighty winds exist not only to buffet and batter. Nay, they may serve also to thrust forth with vigor. Such is thy glory, and thus it is an occasion to rejoice. So come, let us revel!
Himself. Whale. Sky whale.
So long as the wind blows freely, I suppose all is as it should be in creation. I will render unto them a storm, that they may pierce the firmament and fly free!
That's the spirit, Rudy-chan. Into the engines you go. Engines are charged. Engage warp drive. See ya! Yes, good King Muggle Mog. Yes, Muggle Mog was one of them.
one piece? Good. Sleeping way? Report?
All's well. Fantastic, even. Thanks to the power of those primals, the engines are roaring and we're ripping along.
All values are also within projected ranges. Time to destination is 8 carats. Perhaps 7 at a pinch.
Alright, let's go over some points of caution.
How much is a carat in time? Let's get our values.
Our destination, as you know, is Ultima Thule. Lest you wonder, the place is not a star so much as a patch of emptiness. That's the extent of what our equipment could determine, anyway. From what we know of Meteion, she's likely used dynamis to obfuscate her location.
So, in conclusion, we'll only know what's there when we get there.
The crew and I will see to it the ship's ready to take off at a moment's notice. We'll support the search as best we can, but it'll be your paws on the ground, assuming there is any. But everything will be fine, I'm sure. Heidelin believes in you, so you ought to believe in yourselves. Just don't do anything I wouldn't, like waiting too long to use those portable teleporters of yours. Personally, at the slightest sign of trouble, I'd mash the button to bits, and you should as well.
Understood. We promise to be careful.
I suggest you brace yourselves. We're about to arrive and the vessel will shake a good bit.
Why the red alert?
What is this? Something is... interfering with the equipment.
Intruder alert.
Greetings.
Meteion.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
So this is Meteion.
Oh. Have you met one of my sisters? I don't remember meeting you myself. But I do know that you're from Atheris. Why have you come? All you had to do was wait. I would have delivered to you your ends.
We didn't ask for that.
I don't understand. All life is destined to end. Why choose to prolong your suffering? Effort, ambition, love, they amount to naught. Happiness, should you find it, is inevitably lost. Stolen away by events beyond your control. There is no logic nor meaning in it. You think there is. Convince yourselves. But it's all a cruel accident. Come now. I speak the truth. A truth you would recognize if you looked up at the night sky. Unbroken emptiness. Cold, dark, and silent. Your world like every other. is but a blemish upon its perfect fabric.
You're
Life is
monologuing.
an anomaly. It is unnatural and cannot continue. The sooner you accept this, the easier it will be.
You're monologuing.
Just to be clear, we're not here to argue with you. We know that life is fleeting, and that in the short time we have it, we're not assured happiness.
Indeed. I've seen far more sorrow in the eyes of many I've met. I myself have plenty of regrets. And one day they'll die with me. Gone to dust with my good deeds and unfulfilled dreams.
But we accept this. That our existence may seem pointless. That sorrow, rage, and despair will always dog our heels. And we press on regardless. That is why Hydaelyn guided us here. In her boundless love for mankind, she has prepared us for this trial. And in her name, we have come for you.
She doesn't know who Hydaelyn is because she existed before Hydaelyn existed.
Yes, I sense it. A burning passion like unto fury. I know it well. For the same passion once burned in many a star before yours. Suffocated and extinguished now.
There's no
You
air up here.
approach the bounds of my ultimatum, where emotions dictate reality, where resignation and acceptance unite to embrace the end, where those who yet valiantly cling to life can thrive.
I can breathe.
By the Fury. Thancred?
Meteion has gone as well. Mayhap he awakened first and gave chase.
Everyone? It appears we are at our destination. This is Ultima Thule.
Not that we knew what to expect, but I wasn't expecting this. From atmospheric composition to ambient temperatures, all reading to within permissible range. This place is capable of supporting life.
It wasn't a few seconds ago.
If that's the case, then Thancred may well have gone on ahead. Let's go and have a look. Meanwhile, I want the rest of you to perform a full inspection of the ship, as well as a biological scan.
Not a bad plan.
So it was that the brave wayfarers arrived at last at Dream's End.
Euthlodius's voice.
In following their path walked and history written, I am made keenly aware of one truth. Though the curtains may fall again and again, so long as others take the stage, ever shall there be more tales to tell. So, let them bring it to a close, I say. Let the curtains fall upon this, the final chapter in the tale of the star.
I don't think we're in Kansas anymore, Toto.
Is this a dead star?
As I live and breathe, I live and breathe. Well, the environment itself shouldn't kill us.
Anymore.
Well then, let us search for Thancred while exploring the area. The ship we leave in your care.
HROTHGAL in space. I can't guarantee it will help in these strange surrounds, but I've readied a provision node in case of emergency. Of course, if you encounter any real danger, I expect you to return to the Ragnarok at once. We're fortunate this place can support life, albeit barely, I suspect, given the torpid, stale quality of the air. But never mind that. We must find Thancred. Let's begin our search from the prow of the ship. Seems as good as any direction as any. Try not to stray too far, lest we lose sight of one another. And then everybody walks off and I lose sight of everybody. Immediately. Because of course. Oftricon Deca Octo. In the Ancients' language, these were numbers. Ruins, but of what, I wonder? Perhaps we can find something to help us understand the nature of this place. A relic, an inscription, anything. What about the dragons? The metallic pillar has been partially melted, likely sometime in the distant past. The damage does not appear to have been inflicted deliberately, rather it calls to mind the indiscriminate destruction often wrought in the heat of battle. Look here, this part is relatively intact. The intricate design on the top suggests it was man-made, though its builders were surely not men as we conceived them. Having said that, I swear I've seen this pattern before. I the only one that sees the dragons? Probably. Tell me, Estinian, what do your elf eyes see? I see shades of men. I thought this hill might afford a better view of our surroundings. A poor decision in hindsight. Besides the light from the ship, all is shrouded in darkness. If Thancred is here, I'd never know. From what I can tell, we are near the edge of an island, if you could call it that, surrounded by floating debris. There's something bright going on down there. Something dark up there. Debris is right. There's a lot of debris in the area. Were you able to find anything? No. As I feared, still no trace of Thancred. There's nothing but emptiness as far as the eye can see, which unfortunately isn't very far. Well, I can't help to suspect that someone or something is here. There are times I sense it drawing close, and then a chill washes over me, leaving me exhausted. Leaving me with feelings of death and anguish. I felt it too when I was near that thing. Everyone stares at me. What are you talking about? There's nothing there. So I'm the only one that sees the dragons. Before we jump to any conclusions, perhaps we should search elsewhere. Agreed. We've only found more questions, and we're in desperate need of answers. There's a fair stretch of terrain from the ship's port side we've yet to explore. Let's try searching there, then. Okay. Tigress, a word before we join the others? You see them too, don't you? Hi. Well, it won't let you ride right off the edge, so maybe that's a good thing. The HROTHGAL. You see them too, don't you? The dragons. I do. As I thought, their presence is tenuous at best, but there's no mistaking it. No doubt your bond with Midgard Sormr and mine with Nidhogg is what allows us to perceive them. Could these apparitions be related to the dragons that now live on Atheris? Bah! Better to leave such conjecture to the others. In any case, we must be careful. We may soon find dragons they can see as well. Death and anguish. What happened to them, I wonder? I have a theory. Hi, kids.
Dragons? Here?
Yep.
What you see is a memory of a world that once was. A world suffering a slow death, whose denizens cried out for the release of oblivion.
Well, that confirms that.
Their world is dead?
Alphino, you do remember what Midgard Sormr said, right? He fled a world. The world that dragons come from. He'd fled with eggs on his back. Midgard Sormr's eggs eventually became Vitra, Hesdaya, Kreisvelger, Nidhogg. You know this. You were there in Heavensward when we learned about this.
It is. Not a single life remains upon that husk floating in the vast emptiness. These creatures are shadow and shade, perpetuated only to suffuse dynamis with their unending lamentations.
How delightful. You're a real joy at parties, I'm sure.
Our friend Thancred. Where is he?
A strange question. He is at your side, is he not?
Oh dear.
Yes. He is here and there, and everywhere within this space. He would tell you himself if he had form to form words.
Oh boy.
Huh. Such loathing and uncertainty. You don't know why you still exist. In like manner to the oblivion I send. I tried to drown out your ether with dynamis.
Yeah, that didn't work, did it?
Beginning with this Thancred, who came at me despite being unable to breathe. Such a simple thing, unmaking men. In the blinking of an eye, he was gone. Didn't even have the chance to be transformed. Yet somehow, he managed to leave a slither of himself behind.
What you call the heart? Or perhaps the soul? In his final moment, he cried out from it. A single word. Survive. That wish proved stronger than the despair that ruled here. It overpowered it, causing this space to be remade into a place you can perceive, and where life can endure.
Thancred is literally the air and the gravity in the area. Got it.
That you draw breath is proof that his soul lives on. For how long, however, remains to be seen.
Long enough.
Well then, we should hurry and tend to business.
I don't think she's actually there, hon.
It's futile. You will never reach the true me. I told you, emotions dictate reality in this space. Such changes as you might work will not alter its nature. You may see, but you cannot touch. Walk, but not advance.
She's an illusion.
Meteion holds too much sway here. How do we contend with a foe who can unmake us on a whim?
Change the rules.
I do not know. But Thancred gave his life that we might come this far. We must press on.
Agreed. We cannot turn tail here. Not without something to show for our comrade's sacrifice.
We just landed, and Thancred is already dead. Mostly. Soul without body. A form of being with which we are not wholly unfamiliar. Indeed, for we existed in a similar state while residing in the first. The circumstances are rather more dire than that, 'tis true, but I choose to believe he is not forever lost to us. Regardless, in sacrifice, he hath afforded us a chance to prevail. Let us not squander it, and ascertain the nature of this realm, that we might confront and defeat Meteion. Estinian, Tigress, would you accompany me with these dragons? Mayhap they can enlighten us. I would ask the rest of you to survey these surrounds. If there is a path that might lead us to our quarry, we need to find it. Very well, we can reconvene here when everyone is finished. Meteion said these dragons are shadow and shade, from a world of denizens that sought oblivion. As such, they're not like to be amenable to company, let alone conversation, so please be careful. Let us split up and gather what knowledge we may. Selosk. A visitor not of this star. Would thy slender hands bring plague to our world, thy breath extinguish life's feeble flame? Oh, how we would adore thee, alas. With time our flesh shall wither, and so we wait for its inexorable march unto oblivion. If thou art not come to hasten our demise, I bid thee leave us. We crave not companionship, only silence. Olo. Draconic Aetherite? Apparently. Mostly rock and aether crystal. Interesting. Holmnosp. Beyond that distant veil, paradise lost, so glorious, so beautiful. We were a proud and noble race, strength embodied. We knew only love before they came. Metal monstrosities of black and silver, no bonds of blood did they share, nor conviction did they have to guide them. A crushing defeat, never had we known such shame. Stilled now are the winds, though none could find these wings burdened by ignominy. We fly no more, only sink into oblivion. Why, Fesk, thou wouldst bid me speak? Folly. I observe the lesson of stone. I shall not fly, nor speak, nor roar, only watch and wait and end. But one sight yet stirreth my blood, tempteth me to raise my voice in lamentation. Knoll, the cradle of unsunned dragons. No words, no songs are possessed of the weight to describe such tragedy. Go, if that be thy will, I shall remain. Okay. If you want. Over there, huh? Well, if nothing else, we're getting to see a shadow of the dragon's homeworld. What's left of it. They led you here as well, did they? It described to me as the source of their woes and proof of their end. I'm beginning to see why. Ah. Twitch is saying, ad break in a minute. Alright. Good a point as any. Let's take a 5-minute break. We're gonna need a lot of this getting through Ultima Thule. So let's take our breaks where we can. Be right back. Continuing on. It's a hatching ground. Or was. I've seen similar on Atheris. Midgard's Sorma's kind must have once lived and thrived in places such as this. Vitra said his father was driven from their ancestral home by war and strife. This, then, is the fate of those who remained. Let's have a look around. Maybe these eggs have more to tell of what's happened here. It's a hatchery. The gelatinous, half-dried membrane covering the corpse suggests it failed to emerge. The murky liquid pooled inside this eggshell, a noxious fetor, is indicative of contamination. Gingerly lifting a large egg from the viscous mire, you peer inside to see a formless mask soaking in a pool of embryonic fluid. Your stomach turns as you return the egg to its resting place. The egg appears to have been broken from the inside out. Perhaps the dragonet within succeeded in hatching. What's this? I thought all the eggs had been ruined. The dragonet was indeed hatching. There is no sign of it here, or its sire for that matter. We should look for them. Start with the cliff tops. I'll search the plains. The boisterous howling hath been quieted by thy hand, I presume? Everything all right? I thought I heard a dragon, or something resembling one. Ah, I see what's happened here. Was that your child? Perhaps. Some eggs at Old Knoll are indeed mine. If life within one did quicken, the beast that has slain may have been of my brood. Yet I do not recognize it, twisted as malformed as it is. Not a dragon in truth, but a reminder of our failure, a testament to our shame. Explain. They descended from the heavens, cold, heartless machines, and with them rode war and death. With fire and fury, rage and rancor, we gave answer. 'Twas a long and bloody battle, but only the beginning. Untold chaos and destruction swept over the star. In the end, the invaders were victorious. Yet when they looked upon their prize, they deemed it unfit for requisition. We were abandoned to our ruin. The survivors sought only to put away their shame, to rebuild, a futile effort. In purest soil, replete with ether, did we once cultivate our nesting grounds, but our lands were barren. Any eggs nurtured in such desolation were fated to rot. What few survive to hatch emerge as abominations. We shall have no new progeny. But there are dragons among you capable of journeying to other stars. That there are. Many would make the attempt, each bearing a clutch of eggs. The richest stars were home to the harshest rulers, and the arrival of dragons incited contests for supremacy. But when fires faded and wars lost and won, they too were reduced to ash and waste. 'Tis the curse of those who seek life, to be drawn into conflict, to conquer or be conquered. A vicious cycle we now choose to break. We tire of conflict, of everything. We now wait in sweet, merciful silence, free of strife and suffering, still as stone. Wait, you claim your kind is doomed, but there is another star. Not listening. Well, we know why Midgard's former left. They want only to brood in silence, to be left alone with their grief until time itself has come to an end. The sole reward for a senseless bloodshed, a pain I understand, and wish that I did not. What fools we were. But now isn't the time for such thoughts. The others will want to hear what we've learned. Come. Yep, one dragon did leave, and actually arrived somewhere rich in ether with a clutch of eggs, and that was Midgard and Sorma. That's the reason these dragons exist on our world. Were you able to establish any meaningful contact with the dragons? I see. They wish to escape what they perceive to be a cycle of conflict. Thank you, Tigris and Estinian. As for our part, I believe we are more acutely aware of our confines than before. We started traversing the perimeter of the island to see if there might be a path leading off it. Sadly, there was none to be found. There's no small amount of debris floating about. Could there be enough to serve as a bridge to lead us elsewhere? I considered that, so I tried throwing a stone onto a potential platform to judge its integrity. But it never reached its mark. As it crossed an invisible threshold just beyond the boundaries of the island, it vanished, only to reappear above me and fall at my feet. I would not be too quick to presume that what we see outside this space is as it appears. Which is why I returned the Ragnarok to ask the Loprits to search for a potential path. However, the ship's instruments failed to provide conclusive data on the surrounding area. Until we know more, it's too risky to attempt flying to another island. What Medion told us before, that emotions dictate reality here, might be the key. I'm not entirely sure of what emotion might manifest a bridge to lead us to safety. So what you're saying is we've no way forward. At present, aye. If it is indeed emotion that governs this island, perhaps it is not Medions, but the dragons that hold us here. They tire of conflict. They have chosen the path of oblivion to escape it. Or rather, they have chosen no path at all, meaning there is no way for the dragons, or anyone here on this island, to advance. A sound theory, disheartening though it may be. If that's the case, what recourse do we have? They are not likely to be persuaded by us. Their reasoning is built on a history of turmoil and strife, without irrefutable proof that the future is not as bleak as they believe it to be. Mayhap persuasion is not the answer. Medion meant to unmake us. Then and there on the Ragnarok, she would have succeeded, if not for Thancred's determination. She conceded it was strong enough to overpower the despair that otherwise rules Ultima Thule, and reshape it to a degree. Perhaps it can be done again in like manner, by overpowering the prevailing emotion. 'Twas Ultima Thule's architect, Medion herself, against whom Thancred did pit himself in a clash of wills, though I marked no leader among them. As such, I did chance to encounter a dragon possessed of despair far more potent than most, potent enough, mayhap, to dictate the course for the others, and thus their domain to follow. He spoke but a few words, carefully chosen, their tone and timbre alone threatening to rend my heart in twain, challenging his desire to remain, may allow us to alter the island upon which we stand. Alas, I fear my vaunted rhetoric availed me not against his calcifying heart, but mayhap one of you will fare better? Then I shall guide you. Al-End, they called him in the dragon tongue. Thou will find him nearby. Well, what are we to lose? Let's get going. I'm behind in FF14 story, so I can't watch, but I'm here. Well, what expansion are you in, Nox? Because this is Endwalker. It's not the current expansion. Current expansion is Dawn Trail. We're not there yet. Al-End. Hi. I like how everyone's wearing dark colors, and I'm the only one in a bright, like, light-colored
as he
outfit.
was when I first approached, entombed in melancholy.
I see. Perhaps I could...
I'll handle this.
Heavensward music! The vault theme.
Waiting to die like all the others, are you?
Our pride is crushed. Our souls corrupt. The winds are stilled, and the heavens offer no comfort. There is nothing left for our kind. Our long lives a curse as we wait the end. Still as a stone we have become.
So you say. Yet your kind has found a new beginning on our star. One of you braved the Expanse, bearing with him a clutch of eggs. They and their children now rule our skies, their song heard by all.
Our kin on another star. Yeah. And yet, upon thee do I smell the blood of my brethren. Were they drawn into discord and war on their new home?
They were. They suffered much, and repaid their suffering in kind.
It mattereth not whither we fly. Ever will a sanguine ocean await us. Ever will retribution's wheel turn. And so on the last of my pride as a dragon, I break free of this wheel. I renounce conflict, exile myself from the other, never again to be touched by the flames of hatred.
Had your brethren made the selfsame choice, my family might still be alive. Yet lasting peace does not come to those who simply retreat from conflict. No, you must be willing to confront it, to stare into the face of your foe, and see yourself in him.
That music. Final steps of faith.
Only then can you break the cycle of torment and tragedy. This lesson, a dear friend taught me at the risk of his life. There is no nobility in your penance. You wallow in self-pity. And after everything we've endured, we will not let you stop us.
Estinian!
Stay back.
We tire of war. We tire of turmoil. Dignity tarnished, crimson stained. Our misery, our shame, too much to bear. Release us from war, from life. It's the final steps of faith, Sam. This is the final steps of faith music.
This is the emotion that bars our way.
Like the moment you go into the instance with Nidhogg, this is what's playing.
The rest is up to you.
No! Not Estinian too!
And with that, 2 members of our party have died. But a wind
There's
blows.
a wind.
He's opened the way for us. Sacrificed himself to remake this place, like Thancred did.
Oh, Alphino.
Come. Let us follow the wind. It will not lead us astray. He would not.
We began with 8 party members. We're down to 6. Notice the music has changed a little. The music now has additional instruments. When we first started, it was just sort of this ethereal, indistinct notes. Now more musics have joined the music. Almost like the soul of Estinian joined the music. Listen to the piano. Which wants to do an ad break? Right back. There we go. Now, Twitch should not interrupt us for about an hour. Now, as much as I want to sit here and keep listening to the music, we have a wind confluence. Look there, the wind. This is Estinian's doing, I'm sure of it. We should ride its flow and see where it leads. Ostracon Tria. Again. These were numbers in the Ancients' tongue. Different number this time. He did it. He found a way forward for us. The dragons remain trapped within a prison of their own making, lamenting the horrors of war, yet Estinian knew them better than most. He was a man of honor and a dear friend, willing to fight to the very end for what he believed was right. And he's still fighting Alphino, just like Thancred. Their sacrifices are why we can survive here. We still have a chance to stop her. Even in spirit, they're unwilling to give in to despair, and we mustn't either. Alize is right. We must press on for their sake. More Heavensward music. The music in Ultima Thule is a character in this story. Pay close attention to it. It's a character of its own. It may not be an animate or speaking character, but remember, Dynamis rules here. And so the music itself is a character in the story. Masayoshi Soken, you are a goddamn genius. As Ystola and Alize said, we must continue. Notice the change in our surroundings. Perhaps this is a memory of an altogether different world. It would be prudent to learn more of it then. Tread carefully lest we lose our footing in this sand. Weird. The sand continues off into space. And it just sort of hangs there. The laws of reality don't really apply here. Sorry, I occasionally have to just stop and look at the skybox, because the skybox is really damn impressive here. Were it not for the violet crystal embedded in its surface, it would appear as an ordinary stone. What curious script has been etched upon them? Alas, it is not a language with which I am familiar. I cannot say I recognize it either. Nor I. The dragons, from what I recall, preserve their knowledge in song and eschew written word entirely, so we may assume this is a work of another race, one we have yet to encounter. Medion claimed the dragon's world suffered a slow death, seeking the release of oblivion. What life we find here, like as not, doth wend its way towards a similar end. What do you suppose that is over there? Not sure. Hard to make out at this distance, but its surface seems to bear the same crystals as this monument. Meaning there's a chance we may find whoever built them both. We should go have a look. Come on. Hollow of the Flesh. If I'm not mistaken, I can't say exactly where this music comes from, but I want to say I first heard it in Palace of the Dead. Most of the Palace of the Dead music comes from somewhere else. Hail, travelers, this is a most unexpected occurrence. Although, I think in this case, Palace of the Dead is most appropriate. If it, for nothing else than the name alone. Oh, hello. Is this your home? Indeed it is. Forgive me, I had forgotten. An exchange of introductions is expected when first meeting someone with whom you are unacquainted. What? When the vibration of vocal folds was still required to convey our thoughts and intention, I believe, was the pronunciation used when referring to our people. Though it is not entirely applicable given our current state, you are welcome to use this appellation. As for nomenclature, to address my individual person, I believe the pronunciation Hofkud. Looks Welsh to me. Hofkud? Yes, Hofkud of the Ea. We have encountered beings that communicate intermittently through thought, but never one that is wholly without voice. I presume we're having this conversation via the medium of ether, or dynamis, as this space is suffused with vast quantities of it. Fascinating, in either case. I gather your response to my presence is positive, then, that is well, for here there is something I wish to ask of you. Like yourselves, we are aether-based life forms. Therefore, it may be surmised that your bodies are comparable biological composition to those we once possessed. I have a number of queries regarding your subjective perception of the 5 senses: sight, sound, taste, touch, and smell. In total, I have prepared 198,712,188 80,827. That's rather a lot, isn't it? Oh, my apologies. I may have omitted a great many details necessary to understand the nature of my request. Though we dispensed with our corporeal vessels long ago, we've rediscovered a need for the flesh, and have endeavored to recreate our erstwhile forms. However, all pertinent records have been lost due to the passage of time. Take, for example, the nervous system. It is well within our powers to recreate, but we have no frame of reference for sensations once experienced by our people, which may compromise our ability to interact with our physical environment. And the reason you need to regain corporeal form? Why, to bring an end to our existence, of course. And there it is. Though need is perhaps too strong a word. It would be a simple matter to unmake ourselves through the use of etheric exsanguinators, but such a death seems inadequate. The traditionalists among us believe a proper death requires an inescapable sense of impermanence from one's final moments, an experience found only with bodies of flesh. We would very much like to hear more of your plans. In exchange, we will answer any questions you have to the best of our ability. Such an exchange of information would indeed prove useful. Very well. To ensure an efficacious exchange, I hereby invite you to our home. Yes, the abode of the Aya, where we traditionalists prepare for our demise. I presume your content to answer questions is indicative of tacit approval of our plans, in which case your cooperation is greatly appreciated. I must caution you, however, to be mindful the Aya wandering in the desert. Their desire for bodies of flesh could be described as overzealous. Now, if you would follow me. This is going rather smoothly. Not that I'm complaining, mind. Even so, we mustn't forget their aim is oblivion, much like the dragons. I fail to see why a civilization so seemingly advanced would choose to unmake all they created. At any rate, we'll find no answers dallying here. Let's be on our way. Neat. Welcome to our abode. Most of our compeers you will find remain idle in their domiciles, though your quizzical expressions indicate my phrasing is unclear. I speak, of course, of the violet crystalline constructs hanging from the stone structures here. You say they remain idle, but what of your work to regain corporeal bodies? An astute question, and understandable given your finite nature. We have no desire to pursue our research, for it is no longer necessary. If, in our idleness, we are struck by sudden inspiration, we rise up to pursue inspiration to its conclusion. That is why I was present for your arrival, and why I continue to engage with you still. But while the others are not currently in a mobile state, rest assured, they would not object were you to disturb their respite. You need only cast your thoughts toward the crystalline domiciles to communicate. Okay. Once again, with the somewhat anemic-looking aetherites. You wish to speak? Very well, pray a moment if you would. And that's it. Why we seek our end, you ask? If you wish to know, I will tell you. Just a moment, I must remember. What form did I take when last I emerged? And that's it. The strange moaning comes and goes, but fades into silence. You cast your thoughts toward the crystalline domicile, but there is no response. Sorry, coffee, my friend. Did your inquiries yield satisfactory responses? No, no one really responded. I see. If they fail to answer, then it is likely because their minds have unraveled due to prolonged idleness. They are not but concentrated aether now. Worry not, there are no others who have need of lodgings, and they will not prove a hindrance to remain as they are. But more importantly, you said some few did answer your request for an audience. Yes, I imagine they will be with us before long. No luck. But everyone else fared well enough. Quite a few Ia have awakened. Ah, here they are. May I introduce you to Legg, Dudeke, and Legg. It's been too long, Kokog. I dare to say, Saturn IV has since completed an orbit. Indeed, until the travelers brought it to my attention, I hadn't noticed how unraveled some had become. Travelers? Ah, of course. The ones who wish to know why we seek to regain corporeal forms. The truth of the matter is as plain to see as neighboring systems, but my single account would fail to satisfy the requirements for scientific objectivity. Thus did I bid them awaken you. Am I the only one that struggles to tell which one's speaking? Nay, thou art not. In the absence of corporeal forms and the divergence they afford, mayhap such similarity in voice is unavoidable. By the way, Kokog, have you already observed the requisite custom for the travelers? That which one is expected to do when receiving guests, a matter of proper form? Ah, yes, so long has it been, it had completely escaped my mind, and still does. What was it again? I can't seem to remember. Neither do I. Pity. I was hoping you would. Perhaps we can search the archives for the answer. Come now, Legg. The archives have long been frozen, lest we subject ourselves to further dolor. Surely you recall that much. Ah, of course. Food. The custom is to serve food. Beings of flesh such as they must regularly replenish their aether. By contributing to the replenishment, we communicate our friendly intention. That's right, that's right! We duly invite you to join us in a communal repast, after which we may engage in leisurely conversation. If we have a chance to learn something, then I see no reason to decline. Excellent, if you care to follow, we shall feast you on the purest aether. Somehow I don't think this is going to be a tasty meal. The facility where we replenish our ether. There is no particular name for it, but we traditionalists sometimes use the word restaurant. Now then, if you take your place with your comrades, the space will soon be awash in purest ether. You may absorb as much as you like. You brace yourself for a rush of sweet, sweet aether, but nothing seems to happen. Perhaps you need to wait a bit longer. Nothing happens. Just as I suspected. As meticulously as one might recreate the AS home world, this is Ultima Thule. One cannot simply generate ether here. As recreations, our friends are oblivious to this fact. To the very truth of their existence. Much like the phantoms of the recreated Amarat. Ah, Shadowbringers reference. However, appearances may seem, we must be ever mindful that the memories of the dead with whom we deal. Did you have your fill of ether? Alas, we couldn't absorb it. A deficiency in our forms, it would seem. Oh, how very unfortunate. May I ask how you normally replenish your ether? Through your mouths, you say? How very primitive and quaint! To think that their mouths serve not only to expel sound, but draw in sustenance besides. Such life forms have long since vanished from our systems. Though we regrettably could not partake in your magnificent feast, rest assured, we feel your welcome most keenly. I think I'm starting to get tired. In the course of acquainting ourselves with your sophisticated ways, however, we could not fail to wonder, wherefore do you wish to obtain vessels of flesh and hence to vanish? Will you not favor us with an explanation? You flesh and blood beings are always so hasty. It does have its charm, however. Don't be hasty. Very well, we shall indulge you. In the beginning, when we yet possessed corporeal bodies, our ancestors dedicated themselves to the pursuit of knowledge and technological advancement. By transcending all limitations, we believed we would eliminate sorrow and abide in true happiness. From the tangible, such as land, to the intangible, such as labor, there exists a myriad of hindrances to progress. But the most confining of all was flesh itself. Our natural lifespan was distressingly middling, you see. Too short to enjoy unhurried lives, but too long to be considered disposable. Furthermore, to simply maintain the integrities of our bodies demanded considerable resources. But we managed to solve this problem. After long years, we discovered how to become non-corporeal entities with everlasting lives, untroubled by the failures of the flesh. thus changed, we had more time and freedom to continue our scientific pursuits. We went on to make even greater strides in our quest to transcend all limitations until we finally decided to challenge the last of them at all. Last of them at all, the limit of knowledge. That is to say, we deciphering the laws of creation. We sought to discover how the universe came into being and explain all extant phenomena and thus predict the future. If we could achieve this, we believed that we would be free from uncertainty and anxiety. And did you find the answers you sought? Yes, we did. Our efforts revealed to us a fundamental truth. Knowledge of said truth is essential for the continuation of the conversation. If you would learn more, we will share it with you. No, we mustn't. Primitive as they are, it would be unspeakably cruel to deprive them of their ignorance. They are possessed of corporeal forms. Their lives readily ended. As those who have gone before, is it not our duty to warn them? What thinkest thou? We have deliberated and come to a consensus. If you are resolved to know it, we would disclose to you the truth we discovered, the truth of the universe. Seek us at the stone pillars just outside of the abode, a place we call Legg. Secretive bunch. A fundamental truth. We will hear it, of course. Let us learn what led to such an enlightened people to this indolent end. Ere we join the Aya, there is one trifling matter I would fain investigate. Tigress, Graha, might I trouble you for your assistance? Of course. My thanks. We'll head outside the abode, if you'd kindly follow me. I know not what mischief you're plotting, Urianger, but I trust you have our best interests at heart. The rest of you go on ahead to Alegia, lest you worry, we won't start without you. Okie dokie. Okally dokally. Ostracon Trio. Aye, this place shall serve. Is it the spring you wish to investigate? No. Pray, forgive me, my friends, there's naught to investigate. It was but a pretense to speak in private. You have our undivided attention. as we have established, here in Ultima Thule, those denizens of ruined stars are recreated in their twilight days. Yet one question doth arise in my mind. So faithfully formed are the simulacra that they believe themselves yet amongst the living. How dost thou suppose this is possible? Medion made contact with them while they still lived. Of course, you must have visited the stars of the dragons and the Ea before either race perished in their entirety. Thus could she make their emotions her own, and with them create more faithful simulacra than she relied on from any historical account. So too did I theorize, and upon that assumption consider how these two races may have met their demise. According to thine own tale, Medion perceiveth the emotions of those nearby as her own. A heightened sense of empathy intrinsic to her nature as an entelechy. In the course of her starfaring journey, if she encountered beings who strongly desired cessation of their existence, she would be powerless before that desire. Even as she possesseth the power to grant it, the power of Dynamis. It is my supposition that, overwhelmed by their longing for death, Medion did unleash Dynamis and ushered the dragons and the Ea to their doom. Of course, such was not always the outcome. Full many stars did she find already lost to ruin. In order to create a terminus, however, the fervent desire for the end is essential. Therefore, should you struggle to find the way forward, pray ask yourselves this. In the place where you stand, whose is the soul that yearneth most desperately for oblivion? Why do you tell us this now? Never again would I betray your trust. This pledge I did make to my comrades. In bringing thee into my confidence, I would remain true to my word. There have been several times in the past in which Urianger has been asked to work against us, but has always in the end done so to move things forward. Has always had the best of intentions. And I also think to a certain degree... Hello, Greybow Falcona. Cheers you on as Twitch recommended you to me. Well, welcome in. We're in Endwalker right now, in Final Fantasy XIV, and we're talking to Urianger right now. As for thee, let us consider it fitting reward for the secrets I harbored for the Crystal Exarch. I am quite familiar to where you are. Ah, very good. I once placed my faith in thy chosen path, walking at thy side, full knowing that we were bound for thy demise. I ask now that thou return the favor, and abide in faith as I fulfill my own destiny. If you say that debt has come due, how am I to refuse? 'Tis indelicate of me, I know, full well, but I can but beg thy forgiveness. Yet, even if I must needs go to such lengths, I cannot well feign ignorance of the answer I have found within. The answer to the question, in what moment might I stand strongest? After all we've been through, I will say only this. Do what you must. Do what you must and see your conviction through. I shall, my friend, I shall. Without further ado, let us rejoin our comrades. Let us be off to Alesia. I don't know what you're planning, Ryonje, but I'm guessing I'm not gonna like it. Did I attune here? Yeah, I did. Alright. Let's hear it. Seems everyone's accounted for, shall we then?
Please, continue. Tell us about this truth you discovered.
Very well. Bear in mind, however, that the purpose of this conversation is not to impart scholarly knowledge, for such requires that you comprehend the subject matter, which you will not. We will forego the intricacies of our scientific methodology and deal only with the conclusion, the end of our society and our world. We acknowledge, with regret, that your star is in the midst of the same panic-induced cataclysm that befell Deneb 3.
Interesting.
As such, in order to avoid causing undue distress, we will refrain from explicitly stating how much time you have remaining.
You are entirely too kind. I pray you recount your tale as you see fit.
In the beginning, the universe was but a tiny particle. Then suddenly, this particle began to expand.
Big Bang Theory.
Having remained entirely in the bounds of your star, the phenomenon may be difficult for your kind to grasp. But this expansion has since continued unabated. Speculating that the universe could not grow indefinitely, we sought to learn what might occur, and made a worrying discovery. The stars will continue to spread apart, as will their finite thermal energies. Eventually, all heavenly bodies will grow cold and freeze. No new stars will be born, and the universe will enter onto an eternal ice age.
Expansion of the universe.
In hopes of proving that this determination
Deep depths of the universe.
was erroneous, we scrutinized our research from all angles, even as we sought to avert the everlasting winter. The endeavor proved fruitless. So infamously so, in fact, that it became synonymous with vain effort. The universe as we know it would end, and there is no way to prevent it. Beneath the weight of this knowledge, our society stagnated. Though we had time still, it was a cold comfort. Why strive for anything when desolation is assured? When our wealth of wisdom, accumulated since the dawning of our kind, would be forever lost. No civilization would rise from our ashes. No scholar recover our knowledge. In silence unbroken, naught would stir. Intellect was once our pride. Overnight, it became our shame. Our works, monuments to futility. Immortality, our greatest invention, became a source of suffering. Rather than suffer on, many chose to unmake themselves by means of etheric exsanguinators. Etched upon these stones are the testaments of such souls. Though many left no words at all, thinking it a pointless gesture. Once we have obtained vessels of flesh, we likewise intend to vanish. If you understand this, understand aught of our tale, you will abandon your quest for knowledge.
Yeah, good luck.
Ignorance truly is bliss. If you would cling to your illusory happiness, remain primitive and pure. It is the only way.
So that's your story. While I appreciate your advice, I will not heed it. Convinced though you may be of this truth, it is yours and not mine. Indeed, truth, I have ever believed, is in the eye of the beholder.
Are you suggesting that we have reached a faulty conclusion? That our science failed us?
Indeed. As much as I dislike Yustola, her thirst for knowledge is next to insatiable. Indeed. Also, the music here. The music itself is a character in this story. The song here is actually from A Realm Reborn.
Hardly. As you yourself said, the subject matter is beyond my comprehension. And that, I accept, is true. I do not possess the knowledge to prove or disprove your conclusion. In my mortal years, I doubt I could even approach the wisdom of the air. But of one thing am I absolutely certain. I would not be happier in ignorance.
Yustola, no! You mustn't!
The most important lesson I've learned is that learning isn't simply passing one's eyes over words. Nay, 'tis when understood for oneself that knowledge attains its true value. This is what has sustained me, driven me onward in joy and wonder, in anger and sorrow. The universe may end, and all may be for naught. But I will live as I always have. I will always seek out new knowledge. And no conclusion of yours, no matter how grim, can dampen my desire.
I suppose it is only to be expected. Their feeble minds cannot fathom the terrifying gravity of it all. But worry not. We consider it our duty to enlighten you. And we will not stop until you grasp the full extent of our despair.
Listen well. Though my body will soon dissipate, there may be a way to restore it. Asm's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't, for it would mean losing our way forward. This I only reveal so that you can promise not to invoke the magic. We came here knowing what victory may cost. So press on. Press on, and do not look back.
I shall join thee. As subterfuge is not required, thou shalt not suffer for mine absence.
Riange.
My resolve hath never been as strong as thine. Full oft have I wavered in my decisions, and afterwards been stricken with regret. In spite of this, I may still stand with my comrades, supporting them as they attempt the greatest of feats. This truth I have learned in the course of our journey. And many though my shortcomings may be, I may also claim to excel in prophecies. My studies, into which have granted me the flexibility of mind needed to bend this malleable reality.
One of my greatest criticisms of A Realm Reborn was the great parade of self-sacrifice at the very end. It felt like a lazy writing. That's happening again here. However, the writing is not lazy. If anything, it's kind of poking fun at itself in a way. Because we know it's going to end the same way as it did before.
That thou mayest have the strength to resist, and our comrades the strength to continue.
Which is why I think the A Realm Reborn music is appropriate.
With you to urge us on, how could we possibly fail?
And we go from 6 party members to 4.
What's this? An extinguished civilization. Rekindled.
That's right. Our quest doesn't end here. We'll press on, and we will find you.
There. That's where you'll find me.
Is that another star?
Of the stars we visited, most were already devoid of life. And where there was life still, the inhabitants wished for death. But even death, we learned, isn't truly the end. It is but a part of the cycle of rebirth. Souls return to the star, or in its absence, a larger flow. And eventually they are reborn, alive again, to know suffering anew. True salvation lies not in dying. It lies in not being born. This is the gift I would give to you. To all life on beautiful Aetheris.
God, you're creepy. Please stop talking.
To that end, we created an egg wherein life cannot quicken. That dead sun, Attain it if you can, before your friends' emotions fade away, along with their protection.
You're monologuing, Medion. You're monologuing. Sort of the encapsulation of the creepy little girl trope. Are you ready to continue on? And let us make for where the light shone. Y'shtola and Urianger have opened the way. So here's the thing. Am I ready to continue on? That's a really good question, Sam, and something I was about to address. I don't hate this zone, but it can be a bit of an emotional turmoil. This whole zone is like an emotional labor, so it can be very exhausting. And I want to point out the music has changed again. Remember how I said the music is a character? Listen to the music for a minute. There are new instruments. Yeah, exactly, Graybo Falcona. There are more layers to the music than before. Every time we complete a section, new layers get added to the music. There's now a strings section. And it's carrying the melody. Yes, I can feel it. The ether emanating from this arcane pattern. This is a portal, and no mistake. Let us see where it leads. Portal of Wisdom. Appropriate considering it was Y'shtola and Urianger that led to this. Makes sense. So here's my plan. We're gonna do Ultima Thule in 2 parts. We've done the first 2. We've done the Dragon's Domain and we've done the Ea's Domain. There are 2 remaining. We'll do the final 2 next week. Because the nature of Ultima Thule is one where I need time to fully not only voice act the characters, but also to sit down and listen to what's happening. Because Ultima Thule is one of those zones where you have to listen just as much as read the text and understand what's going on. Because again, the music is its own character. Okay. Let's see who's around. Tomorrow I'm going to be back with Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. And hopefully the Ultima Thule is one zone that people will say you do in one of two things, and there's almost no middle ground. Either do it all at one shot or do it in two parts. Exactly. Exactly, Graybo Falcona. And I am going to come back to this. We are going to come back to this next Wednesday at 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern. Finish the last of Ultima Thule. And I feel like taking a break right here in the middle is the best part for self-care and recovery, while going through a zone that is literally about the battle against despair. A battle that those of us in the queer community are all too familiar with right now. Let's go visit my friend Luna's List. She's doing a little, like, RPG horror game called Crow Country. She's a good person. I admit, I'd done it all in one shot and was completely wrecked by the end. I did the same thing, Graybo Falcona, the first time I played this. I did it all in one sitting and I was absolutely wrecked at the end. And if there's one thing I've learned about doing Ultima Thule, you don't do it all at once. That's why we're breaking in the middle. Go give my love to Luna's List. Remember to take care of yourselves, take care of each other, take care of the planet. I'll see you tomorrow for Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous at noon Pacific, 3 Eastern.